rap that since you're the first guest, this first show,
Right.
the show's called Dropping Names because that's what we want to do here.
And when
like,
you do drop a name,
Yes.
like from the Hunter,
Yeah, Steve McQueen. We get a bell.
yeah,
An angel get its wing.
exactly,
All right.
that too. But the idea being that people who have fans of their own, which you have millions of them, are also fans of people, and they get tongue-tied, gobsmacked,
Absolutely.
whatever, when they're on a set or even just
Hush.
meeting them.
Right.
Give us your top guy, and
Steve's.
yeah,
Steve is really it. I mean,
Um,
you.
and it
chose
was his
well.
last movie, correct?
We did The Hunter together. It was his last movie. He was amazing to me. First time I met him was in his garage. He and Ali McGraw
Of course.
were.
for God's sake. And, yeah, please.
They were living in a house on the Pacific Coast Highway in Malibu, and literally, when I got there, he had his head under the hood of some hot
Oh,
rod
fancy
or other,
hot rod.
and drinking a Bud, which
Oh.
was his beer of
Wow.
choice. Yeah.
I knew when you said he had his head under, I was like, I didn't know where you were going with that, but
Because he had already mentioned Ali McGraw.
exactly.
He was in the house.
Yeah.
Who else was in this movie?
Eli Wallach.
Wow. Eli Wallach, Ben
Wait.
Johnson.
Who?
Ben
Ben
Johnson.
Johnson. Wow.
Let's see. The lovely Catherine Harold.
Catherine Harold.
Who I was on The Doctors with.
You were?
Oh, you know who she was married to?
Who know who
No.
replaced her on The Doctors?
No.
Kathleen Turner.
Wow. You know, Catherine Harold was
Married to
Lawrence O'Donnell. Yeah.
See, the names are just...
They
Oh,
just
yeah, I was gonna say Lawrence
Bell now.
Lawrence
Fucking
doesn't
Bell is
get
gonna
a
be
bell?
pain in the ass.
Lawrence
The Bell is
O'Donnell.
going to be
Yeah.
a fucking runner that's going to save this show.
All right.
That's what the show is about. The bell.
But what did McQueen call you?
Birdie.
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 And what do I call you?
Birdie.
What do I call you?
Yeah.
Birdie.
Hey, what do you call me?
It's fine.
Exactly.
What do you call me?
My ally.
Don't you love that?
I do.
Do we have that?
Yeah, we do. I do love that. Yeah. Who else was in The Hunter? I mean, it was amazing to know the history that Steve had with these men, right?
Oh,
With
from
Eli
other
Wallach.
movies.
Yeah.
Magnificent Seven.
Magnificent Seven,
Right.
Ben Johnson, 100 movies.
Probably Nevada Smith.
Nevada Smith.
Yeah.
It just and to be there, and me.
Yeah. And were
me.
you just
How
alone?
old were a kid?
I was 19. Yeah.
Could you just believe you were in the presence of these people?
I could not.
Yeah.
I could not.
When was this before Looking for Mr. Goodbar?
This was after. Looking for Mr. Goodbar was my third job. There's Roots, and then a TV movie for PBS called Almost a Man, a short story by Richard Wright. And then
It's gonna get tedious. I know it is. But he is
So far. Are you happy with the bell?
I like the bell so far, but we've been
LeVar,
going
what do you
for all
think
of
of the
10
I'm
minutes.
loving the bell
Thank
so
you.
far.
All right.
I would say that a more judicious.
bell.
You think Richard Wright was on the border?
No. I like Richard Wright.
If they're top 10 gets the bell, right?
How long have I been?
I'm waiting to see who you're talking
Well,
about.
I've been painting full time for 5 years, almost 6 years now, actually. But I've always built models since I was
And
a little
I
kid.
was indeed.
I used to paint
and
cars
in
for a
fact,
living.
The first
But
man to kick
As
Richard
far as this
Gere's
being
ass
like my
on
job,
camera.
it's been about 6
All right.
years.
Kylie.
Richard Kiley, no.
But that's impressive. Well,
But yeah,
going
I've
back to
built and
Queen
paint
just
full
for a
time for a
moment,
job.
Was he liked you?
I've got enough people who
Yeah. What
Who
was
does
like
all
what I
that?
do,
I
willing to
don't-
pay me, so.
I don't know.
Did he
I
treat
got
it-
laid
was it
off
like
from
a
my
father-son?
corporate job a couple
Or was
years
he old
ago,
enough to be like a grandfather?
and I just turned this into my full-time gig.
It was
So
like
far, it's been working.
an older brother.
Wow.
Yeah.
And
Like
he
an
invited
older
you to his house?
He did. Oh yeah.
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 Is that when you went under the hood?
Yes.
When you found him under the hood?
Drinking Bud.
I love that story.
Well, Dolores, my ex-manager Dolores Robinson was very good friends with Ali McGraw.
Okay, so
and
this is doing
that's
some
kinda how that
highlighting and
happened.
underpainting
But-
before I start putting
so
on the
the
red.
role
The
would
red's
have been cast.
really not too
Yeah.
red.
Well, I was invited into the cast by Steve.
Oh.
Before or after this meeting?
immediately thereafter. Well, actually, he had probably made up his mind.
This
See,
is-
the part that I played was originally a dog, a pet.
Let's start with
You
that.
know, really.
Yeah.
And did you have to, like, what was the audition like?
But Steve wanted me in the movie. He really liked my work in Roots, I suppose. And he just thought, let me give the kid a leg up. Wow. And so that role was, shifted,
So went from
changed
being from a dog
to
you.
to me.
So
But the
based on-
dog didn't fix shit like my character did.
Right.
The
So
dog
would
was
you
not-
say the meeting was like what they called a chemistry meeting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
You ever had one of those?
No. You know what else I haven't had? You ever read where certain actors are circling a role? I've never circled a role. Have you? Have you ever circled a
I'm not
role?
sure what that means.
I don't know. You read that though. Have you seen that? This person is
It means
circling
they're trying
that.
to make a deal.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think what it means is they've already made the deal, and they're going to do the movie, but somehow it hasn't been released, so they're circling it.
Let me say this about circling.
Yeah.
Because my interpretation of circling is that the actor is making up his or her mind.
Right.
Circling a role is for people that operate at a much higher pay grade than
Yes.
Yeah.
So they're considering that among other
among
honors.
other things. Right.
Before I go, I want to circle a role.
Well, don't we?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So The Hunter,
Yes.
Steve McQueen. I don't know if it gets any bigger than that, but isn't there Audrey Hepburn somewhere in here?
There is. There is.
What was that?
I was in.
Love Jesus.
Yeah. That's worthy of a bell.
I was in. I went to Italy the summer of '78 to receive the Strisi Canzoni Award.
What's that?
It's like the Italian Emmy.
For
right?
Roots?
For Roots.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And given by Canale 5, Channel 5, who at the time was being run by Silvio Berlusconi, who eventually became the Prime Minister. Silvio Berlusconi
Became Prime Minister of
of Italy later on. I still have a watch that I got from Berlusconi.
Wow.
Oh, I'm getting new stuff.
I'm telling
I
you.
didn't know about you.
Movado watch. Anyway, I was supposed to be there for a week, and I ended up staying for 3 months. I just fell in love with Italy. It was my first time there. And
And you learned in that 3 months to speak Italian.
a little bit.
You really, I've heard you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My accent's pretty good.
Your accent's
my
very,
vocabulary could use some
it's like 6, 7 words, but they really sound
sounded
authentic.
Italian.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Certo.
Yeah.
You are one of the great fast speakers in the history of film and television.
Thank you.
And-
I consider that high praise coming
Well,
from you because
I'm
you.
always asked about the being on the show together.
Yeah.
Star Trek, by the way. What's it like to have to learn all those lines? I said I didn't have to learn all those lines. That was LeVar and Brent. Most of the techno battles.
He had
I had a lot.
large chunks of it. I had I had paragraphs and with a couple of hard
Your
words and
articulation and your eloquence and your choices and at such a pace, at such an incredible pace.
And he had not even looked at it the night before, which is really
It's not
incredible.
true.
You,
I had
were
looked
so
at it the night
photographic
before.
memory?
And in those days, my memory was really
Like
good.
Noah. Noah could do
Not,
that.
I mean, Brent would not go to sleep.
Yeah, I couldn't.
He
Believe
couldn't
me,
go to
I
sleep
know.
unless he had
I
it
lived with him. I saw him do it.
letter perfect.
It was
right?
press and sticks and dialogue.
You're,
It's a little underpaint
I would
here.
have been there all day if I had known that stuff.
But I had a memory that was facile enough to get a good sense of it the night before.
Right.
Not necessarily letter perfect, but in the morning, looking at it
In the chair?
in the chair, and then through rehearsals. And by the time we started shooting, I was pretty much there.
Boy, because I felt the pressure so hard.
Really?
Oh, I did too.
Because, well, first of all, Patrick had that,
Yeah.
especially in season 1. And it's one of the reasons I believe that we have a reputation in the business for being such assholes on a set. Because all of us were so well prepared. Nobody was stressing between takes. Oh my God, I got to look. Right. because we showed
Yeah,
up.
Tyrell. Okay, let's see if this
Roll.
color's any more close
that
where
our
it. Probably not.
Our
Let's see.
reputation is that we were
It's more of a,
rambunctious.
it's got a little
Well,
orange in it.
that worked.
So I may put this on and then
But
do
the
a
trick
little
to some of
orange
that stuff
color
that we had
strip.
to learn, the biggest trick is saying it out loud. You had to say it out loud to get your mouth and your tongue used to wrapping itself around words.
And don't you wish writers, when you run into a tough line, had Brendan out loud in the room?
Absolutely.
Yeah. But we had guest stars, really good actors who would do a scene and they'd go up again and again and again, and they get so mad at themselves that I knew this last night, and they did, but they hadn't said it out loud, so their mouths didn't know it.
What a lot of guest stars didn't understand was that the dialogue, the language that we used in Star Trek was its own thing.
Yeah.
Not just the techno babble, but I guess the syntax.
The
that,
heightened syntax.
the heightened
Yeah.
syntax. It was like learning Shakespeare on a
And
different
that's
level.
one of the reasons Rick Berman, who was the producer on our show and ran the show, essentially, was so strict about us not being able to make any changes.
No improvisation
Yeah.
at all.
Ever.
No.
Ever.
And if you wanted to change a word or a line, you had to call
You had to call it in.
and get permission.
I'm going to drop another name, or I'm going to have you drop the name. The connection to Star Trek will be revealed in a moment. This was your co-star on one of my favorite titles of your resume, Dummy. LeVar, Dummy. Not to be confused with the Ron LaFleur story, but that's another story coming up.
Story.
Ron LaFleur.
However, in the Ron LaFleur story, I did work with Billy Martin. And
Billy Martin,
The manager,
Billy Martin,
manager of the
the
Yankees.
great manager of the
Great
Yankees.
second baseman.
Before that, he was managing
It's a little too red, so we're
Tigers.
gonna do this.
Norm Cash and Al Kaline also
And then
lived
we're
here
gonna
Line.
do a little more shading and we'll lighten it up a
wanted
little
to
bit,
make
a
the Ron
little
LaFleur
orange.
story as themselves.
Let's go back to Dummy.
Let's go back to Dumb.
Well, why would I ask one thing about the Ron LaFleur? Did you have to play? You play? I have never seen it. You actually play?
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
I auditioned for a movie.
Oh, not another
Yeah.
sad audition story. Before you got here, we heard how Amy Poehler turned him down
Yeah.
for a project.
Will Arnett.
And Will Arnett turned him down. And I said,
No, but I auditioned for a movie called very like Dummy. I mean, Ron LaFleur story. It was the Pete Gray story. Pete Gray was a guy.
problem with the movie.
Well,
Not a lot of people familiar with his story.
well, I'll tell you what. I know that. You know how I know nobody knows? I didn't get a bell. But Pete Gray was during the war. A lot of players went into the service, and so there was World War II. Yeah, and so Bill Beck, who ran the Chicago White Sox,
Right.
did all kinds of
Clowns on the field.
yeah, but all kinds. So he hired Pete Gray, who had one arm, to
Pitcher.
He was he a pitcher? I think he was a pitcher.
That was Jim Abbott,
Yes, that's
who won the Cy Young Award.
Who?
Jim Abbott had one.
one arm.
Yeah, that's right. But in those days, it was a big deal that Pete Gray came in, and so it was the story of Pete Gray. And I was going to play. I was the jerk who gave him, all kinds of grief because he had one arm and really an awful character. But my reading went really well because I
I'm
can
gonna use this
plug
as
in
a base
off-
coat. I'm gonna mix up a
you know,
little.
It's easy. Yeah, just be myself. And but I was required. He was an outfielder, and so
You were required to show your
so the
your
guy
bad skills,
who
the
was
outfield.
casting, was directing, said, "Look, I really want you for this part, but I got to know, can you play?" And I went, "Can I play? Of course I can play." And so I had to go out to a field one day. It was me and Sean Penn's brother, Chris Penn. Yeah.
Chris
and,
Penn?
And we were out there.
John Penn,
Yep.
the father,
Leo
Leo
Penn.
Penn.
directed me on Barnaby Jones.
Barnaby Jones. There you go.
But yes.
So we were.
That's my big dropping name.
Yeah.
One of
Yeah. So anyway, I'm in the outfield, and he's hitting me balls, and I played baseball for several years. I played first base, so I can't run. And
I'd like to see you run.
no, it's bad. And yeah,
I see you run.
we want me to run now.
But something about you running
not
that
right.
is strangely like data.
Yeah.
It's like this part of the data is fabulous, but Some of the other stuff was.
not so good. Yeah.
I always thought that was a choice.
It was. So I hit first. I had and I hit fine. I hit from both sides of the plate because I'm a lefty and I could hit right or left. Yeah.
That's
Very
a
valuable.
valuable
Very
skill.
valuable.
But then when he
skill,
started
especially
to
for a
hit
pinch hitter.
balls to me in the outfield,
Yeah.
it was just I caught one. I couldn't believe I caught it, but it was laughable. And he told me, well, this isn't going to work out. But he said, because you really have to look like a real ball player. And he said, but you know what? Don't worry, I'm going to catch you in the next film. And I don't know if the guy ever worked again because I never heard from him again.
Well, they hired a stunt double for me for some of the baseball. I mean, I could catch, I could run the bases. I learned how to hook slide. I could only do a head first slide. I learned how to hook slide. But I couldn't throw. I did not have a cannon. And Ronnie, he played left field and then center field. Famous arm. So we shot all of that. Most of the baseball we shot before he was paroled to the custody of Billy Martin and the Detroit Tigers. He learned how to play baseball on the inside of Statesville Penitentiary, and so we shot in a prison. And one of the guys that was there, I forget what he was in there for, was a terrific stunt
Okay, so that's
photo
kind of like
double
the base
for
code.
me, and he had a cannon.
Prisoners?
Yeah. Which was great.
So you were
I'm gonna
shooting
mix
in a
up
real
this
prison.
We
with
shot
a
in a
little
real prison.
brown, I
Yes, you do.
think.
Whenever possible. Yeah.
I was trying to
This
lead
is
you
a good
towards
color.
dummy to mention Paul
Sorvino. Yeah, whom I loved. I love Paul Sorvino.
You remember
Great
him
guy.
when he was on our show?
I do.
Yeah, he played
I do.
Klingon. He played Worf's brother in some way.
Was he?
Yeah,
Was he
I
that a
believe
Klingon
so.
character?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so.
He was.
I remember him slicing garlic in my favorite movie, in Goodfellas.
He told me a story about
Fascinating actor.
Goodfellas.
And a good guy.
Yeah,
People liked him.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Here's
He
my
actually
armature
Paul
with
was a
shadow
really
color here.
fascinating guy because he asked.
I always felt like he thought Star Trek was beneath him.
Well,
Did you get that vibe?
kind of, but he was good, and
Yeah.
he was very good on the show. He's a good actor. But he came to my trailer one day, and he said, "Hey, could I use your phone?" And I said, "Yeah." And he was on the phone, and then I came in, and he said, he just hung up. He says, "I'm doing a new show. I'm replacing Raymond Burr in Perry Mason because
He
Raymond."
did the last.
Raymond Burr had passed away, and Paul was replacing him, but he was not playing Perry Mason. He was playing an associate of his or something like that. And he said, "Yeah." He says, "I read the script," and he says, "The guy," he says, he could sing. He was handsome. Women loved him. He could cook. He goes, "It's me." Well, clearly.
He had a lovely voice. Beautiful.
Oh, he was a professional opera singer. He quit acting for a while to be an opera singer. But yeah, good guy, Paul. And Mira's a wonderful woman too. His daughter Mira. Yeah.
You're a professional singer.
I have sung professionally in the past. I don't know if I'll ever do that again.
Really?
I don't know. I haven't sung in
Okay,
years.
so
That's
because
ridiculous.
it's
Well,
it's a little dark right now and a little
You do
too
have a
red, so I'm going in and adding a
You
little
didn't show it off on the Reading Rainbow.
shadow color
I did
here
not.
and all the
Well,
wrinkles
that's
and
why I think
stuff.
we should redo it.
Yeah.
I'd like
We're
to
gonna
put
mix
it
up that
proper
same
years
red
ago.
again, a little bit of orange.
Him coming in.
We
Exactly.
should get pretty
Given the
close to
nature
where
of
we
the
need
show,
to be.
I feel compelled to go back to Mira Sorvino.
Yeah, sure.
Just
So today's goal is to get this guy's
because
clothes done. The hardest part's going to
because
be
I
his
did do a
bandana.
movie, called Parallel Lives. It was a Showtime movie. It was one of those experimental movies where
There's two versions. I mean, there's a sequel to it too.
Parallel Lives was the sequel
Oh.
to a previous effort that was done in very much the same way, kind of a structure, and everybody improvised a great deal of the dialogue.
Well,
So this
Something we were never allowed to do.
no. This was a story set at a college reunion, and featured a huge cast, including Joe Beth Williams, Mira Sorvino, Jenna Rollins, Ben Gazzara,
Oh,
Treat Williams,
oh.
um, Jim Belushi.
Come on.
He's being judicious.
That was a choice. That was a comic choice.
Well, Liza Minnelli.
Oh,
Wow. Good.
my second favorite movie, Cabaret.
Who are you working with?
I was the love interest of Ali Sheedy.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
John Hughes star.
Yes.
What a great career you've got.
I recently worked as the love interest of Molly Ringwald
Oh, you're
in a picture. So
Well, there you go.
I mean,
You're going all the way through
all the way
Breakfast
through the
Club,
well, yeah, through the Rat Pack or the Brat Pack.
Rat Pack.
Yeah.
You haven't done anything with the. I mean, you haven't had to be the love interest of Judd Nelson ever, have you?
Not lately.
Could happen still.
Yeah.
You're young. He's young. Wow. Yeah, you've done a lot of.
I've been,
pretty good right
been
there.
so fortunate and blessed.
It's a little too red.
And my life,
we're gonna
as
get there pretty quick, I
unlikely
think.
as it has seemed to me for a long time, my life has intersected with a lot of people that I have admired from afar. Some I got to know pretty well. Others just, close encounters and brief, like people like George Benson, B.B. King, people that I really,
What about that great concert you took us into in Vegas?
well, Stevie Wonder.
Well, that's an interesting story. Well no, his bachelor party in Vegas.
Yes.
We haven't heard that story in ages.
Wow.
Yeah.
You tell that story.
Yeah.
Well, let me start with
It was at the Desert Inn when it was still the Desert Inn.
the Desert Inn Hotel in Vegas. LeVar wanted to have his bachelor party
This
in
is what
Vegas.
this show's about. Here's some dropping names.
Yeah. So let me start with. I was best man in your first wedding, and you were.
Coco,
And
shut
the
up.
groomsmen
Were the away team. Were the groomsmen.
That's right.
Jonathan Patrick.
Frakes, Michael Dorn,
Dorn.
Patrick Stewart.
Yeah.
It was a great wedding.
Thank you.
And
Well, when I'm working, I stream live all day, so I got people watching
so we
me, and
all
it's
booked
just
the Desert
distracting
Inn.
noise.
I was doing a convention in Colorado, in Denver,
So
and
I'm like live on the internet right now.
From Denver?
I flew in from Denver because, but preceding me to appear in front of the audience at a panel was Francis Coppola, and Francis Ford Coppola, and I'm looking at my watch and I'm going, I gotta go. I gotta get a plane to LeVar's wedding. I mean, a bachelor party. So somebody went out and they told Francis he had to get off. He was pitching Dracula, and so he came off, and I said, I'm so sorry. I just have this. He said, hey, it's your crowd. It's okay with me.
Oh, it was a Star Trek convention.
Yeah, and but it was a Comic-Con, I guess. But maybe it was just Star Trek. I'm not sure. So I fly to Vegas, and playing that weekend in Vegas at the Desert Inn was, of course, Frank Sinatra, and it was a dream come true. We were all going to hopefully see. So we went over to see if we could get tickets to Sinatra's show that night, and it was completely sold out. And we were like, oh, wow, I wish we could. Anyway, we're hanging out outside the ballroom where he performs, and this guy comes out. I think he was one of the musicians in the band, and he recognized us. He said, oh, my God, what are you guys doing here? He said, well, LeVar's bachelor party, and we really wanted to see. He says, yeah, hold on. And he went inside, and he came back. He says, the old man wants you to come. There'll be a table for you all, and
It was like a scene from a movie. They ushered us down to this booth that was like
It was like the Goodfellas.
yeah, it was like the Goodfellas. They ushered us to this wonderful booth,
and we saw Sinatra perform.
and and they delivered a bottle of
There was champagne at the table. It was like it was
And
unbelievable.
his son was leading the band.
Yeah, Frank
Frank
Jr.
Sinatra.
was conducting, as he did at that point in Sinatra's career,
He was a friend of Rottenberry's.
and he was a friend of the rock
And neighbor.
Exactly, and this is, Frank Jr., who I was just listening to the Sinatra Channel the other night, and it was a whole album of Frank Jr. and I was shocked at how good he was as a singer.
As a singer?
Really?
Yeah, he could swing like Frank. His voice is reminiscent of Frank Sr., but it's a little higher, and it just the bottom's not quite the same. But I thought, boy, he's good. He was good. But we go backstage after the show because we were told you're going to meet Frank Sinatra afterwards, and by the time we got back, he was gone. And but Frank Jr. was still there, and he wanted to meet us.
Boy, did he.
And we all went in, and we talked to him for a while. And Frank,
A while. We watched him take his clothes off and his boots
that's
and
true.
change.
But he was Frank was God love him. He was a kind of a slightly unhappy guy. He was dour.
That's fair.
You know, he because I mean, you know what? He probably had the most difficult junior attached to his name
In
of
history.
anyone in history.
Yeah.
To be, I mean, because the other one I can even compare it to is JFK Jr., who managed to kind of overcome being a junior.
Absolutely.
But did he?
Absolutely did.
Well, kind of. And I mean, he had a real, you know, I think he was going to totally do it at some point.
Right.
But Frank Jr. was a bit, you know, he was just, he had a tough life.
He was
and
talented and smart.
very smart.
But his father was Frank Sinatra.
Right, Dad was Frank Sinatra. So it was me and Jonathan and Dorn and you.
Yep.
And we're all backstage. And we come out afterwards, the four of us. And Johnny says, God, he's very dour. He's kind of down. I go, yeah. And he was really, seems very unhappy. And LeVar said, yeah, I can't believe it. Dorn says, hey, nice guy, huh?
He'll never live that moment
And
down.
that is who Michael is.
That is Dorn.
Yeah, our buddy.
That is Dorn.
Anyway, that was an incredible experience.
That was a great night.
Your bachelor party.
We've had some time.
I have a favorite memory from a con with you that I've never forgotten when we were in Tulsa together. We went to the casino. And maybe we'd had a couple of drinks, maybe we hadn't. But LeVar was hitting. We were at the blackjack table, and he's hitting, and he's hitting, and he's hitting. And then he won $3,000, and he stuck his feet in the bench
In the rungs,
chair,
yeah,
in the
the
rung
rungs
of
of
the
the
chair,
chair.
and stood up and announced to all of Tulsa this entire thing.
I dropped it.
That's how good the roll! All the white people turned and looked. It was clear.
I was
They
having
didn't
a good night.
You were having a good night.
Having a good night.
And
Always have a good night at the table.
Yeah,
I
you're
don't
good
know
at
how
the
that is, but
he and Dean Devlin.
Dean Devlin too?
Devlin
knows how
has
to, he knows how to play craps. But we had to leave the casino at the right time.
yes. You always know when to walk away.
That's the thing.
That's the
you
thing.
know?
That's the thing.
Yeah. I usually know because I'm broke. It's time to walk
Not him.
away.
You need to really identify the point of departure before you get to broke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It used to be a regular thing when we did the Vegas convention.
Absolutely. We all
You know,
used to
love
go
the
out.
table.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's true.
After a dinner. Now we want to go to
Go to
bed.
Exactly.
Because we have to get up and schmooze the next morning.
Yeah, that's the beauty of this show. You know, I was saying it's a kind of interactive show with the kids at home.
This one,
Yeah,
the one we're doing now.
yeah, because like
Kids at home.
yeah, because when we're like telling a story or something, and suddenly we dry up and can't think of a word, the kids at home can fill in the blanks, and it becomes
Or they
interactive.
haven't heard of some of the people we've just mentioned.
Exactly.
We need a younger audience. You have a younger audience.
I do. Yeah.
You have generations of people who do. You have 3 franchises around which you are identified, for which you are identified, which I think is astounding, and I'm very proud to be your friend and ally. Is there a moment in your day? Is there, first of all, is there one of the 3 that gets the most vibe out in public?
These days, it's definitely Reading Rainbow.
Right.
It's Reading Rainbow. Because of the wide swath of people who, you know, the show was on for 26 years.
There was them raised on it, and
Yeah.
then their kids now
That's correct.
aware of it.
That's right.
Right.
That's right. When I think about it, when I really look at it, I have determined that, you know, I've been able to portray the black experience in America from our enslavement to the stars through Roots and Star Trek. And LeVar the Reading Rainbow guy is in the middle of that continuum, and that's no small thing to contemplate. I genuinely believe it. I know why.
Yeah.
You know, and storytelling and a love of the written word and literature are all a part of that purpose. That purpose. And everything I've ever done in the service of literature and the promotion thereof is in honor of my mom, Irma Jean.
The best.
Yeah.
Another English teacher like my dad.
That's right.
Yeah.
I was reminded in the middle of that about the revelation on the gates. That's a great.
Finding your roots.
Yeah.
Do you see that?
Yeah, I did.
After, not knowing a lot about my father's side of the family and, believing that all of my impetus towards education and literacy came from my mom, from Irma, to discover that on my father's side of the family there are teachers as well. I have ancestors on my father's side of the family who started a school.
Yeah.
It was just such a powerful revelation. And what it said to me was that there is no way I could have turned out any other way, right?
Right.
That I was destined for this life, and that on what I call a cellular level as opposed to cellular level, this is what I came here to do.
Yeah, no question. And in the midst of all of that.
Yeah.
No, I was referring to the great-great-grandfather.
Oh, well, that was an even larger revelation.
Yeah.
That I have white ancestry. Yeah, that I have a first cousin, Jeffrey Hardy,
Who you've been connected?
who I have connected with, and we have become very, very close in the last.
Okay, so now I'm going to go back in.
And that, he has taken me to the piece of land, the Braswell Farm, which used to be the Braswell Plantation in Whitakers, North Carolina, where my great-great-grandmother lived, and it's where she met his great-great-grandfather, Henry Louis Dixon, and they had a child, and that child was my great-grandmother's son, Willis Ward, my maternal grandfather.
It's
Amazing. Well, and your cousin,
Jeffrey.
was he aware of it before that show?
Well, yes, he was. He actually contacted me through Letitia, my older sister. He's an amateur genealogist, my cousin Jeffrey. So he had contacted Letitia through one of those, DNA services. And Letitia said, I don't know about this guy, but, would you check him out? And I did, and he felt like he was legit, but I couldn't be sure. I said, listen.
Well, this was before the Gates.
This was before the Gates show, and I said, listen, can we just put a pin in this because I've just been asked to spit in a test tube by the Henry Louis Gates folks.
Perfect.
And if you could just be patient until the results come back, I would appreciate it. And after the show, after we taped the reveal, and Letitia had come down from Northern California for that, we got on the phone and called our cousin Jeffrey to tell him that he was in fact correct. We are related, and we made a promise that we would meet as soon as possible. And now we're genuinely, legitimately a part of one another's lives. Crazy.
It really is.
It is.
When you're asked to go out and do your on the speaking tours, do you have a prompt that you're given, or are you hired to encourage whatever you're feeling in the?
The way my speaking engagements work these days, I don't write speeches
A little bit of
specific
yellow
to
and a little bit
a
of orange,
request
that initial
anymore.
red.
What I
I'm gonna mix
offer as
this
a
on top
product
of all
is
this
a
and see if this
fireside
helps.
chat, and the client can choose from whatever aspect of my life and or career that suits their needs and the sort of impact they want to have on their audience. And generally we end up talking about all three.
There's the magic right there.
It is. That's right.
Dan,
That's
you're
right.
perfect.
Sort of like this.
Yeah. without the bell. Yeah.
Without, or the familiarity. Yeah.
It's like this, only funny, right?
You do funny. Never cut funny.
Never.
No,
Ever.
no.
Ever.
Yeah,
Ever.
that's really good.
Although, part of my memory of you, before I knew you,
So if we get the other
my
arm
admiration
without
for
that
you
little
really
orange
came
mist on
from
it.
your work on
So the
Pyramid.
top is the base, and then this
You
is
were a
with
Pyramid
the
fan.
little misting of
The
orange. and it's
$25,000
perfect.
pyramid.
Yeah, you
with
won
Dick
some
Clark.
big money for some people.
I did. I pride myself on
You have the highest number.
that Billy Crystal, the shortest amount of time. But I'm number 2.
$170,000.
I don't. Well, that 137.5 was the highest total. That was from the weakest link. 137.5.
37.5. That's like $13 now in today's
In today's market.
But you have a.
I love game shows.
You have a game.
I have a game show.
Yeah.
Now, did that come as a result of Jeopardy not working out?
It did.
And it was a gift from
Absolutely.
a higher power.
In fact, I believe that
The game show is Trivial Pursuit.
Trivial Pursuit on the CW. I believe that my whole desire around Jeopardy was, in fact, to get me to the point where Trivial Pursuit came to me and said, "We're turning this IP into a game show, and we don't want anybody else to be our host but you." And what Trivial
this
Pursuit
one.
has given me that Jeopardy never could have done
I'm gonna put
is
the arms
my
on
own
and
game show.
kind of blend it all
Yeah.
together,
Alex
while it's all
Trebek.
together, just to make sure they're all consistent.
Yeah.
Alex Trebek really put his imprint on that show. And everybody knows and feels what that is like. And following in that imprint would have been, would have not, I never would have been able to do that comfortably. This is my own show, and I get to invent it and have the opportunity to invent this show in my own way. And
Who produced it? Because this was,
it's the Lionsgate.
yeah,
Lionsgate.
It's
it
really
was a
good.
David Duvarney.
No.
Didn't she bring you
Maybe a
for
little
another
more
show as well?
saturation
She
than I
wanted-
go
she
by,
wanted
but
to-
I can like a little,
to do,
you know.
Ava DuVernay wanted to do a game show with
A little
me,
more pop.
and at the time, I really, it was undeveloped. She just, let's do something together. And but Trivial Pursuit was bringing me IP, known IP, and I felt like that was the way to go.
Yeah. Even better, you shoot the show in London,
Yes, we do.
which is
That
fantastic.
blows
That's
my
why-
mind.
I know.
That it's financially easier
More
to
cost
shoot in London,
Cost
more cost effective.
They bring
To
it's
fly
an
you from
American
LA.
show.
Yes.
They bring American guests to London to be the contestants.
Sufficient enough to populate contestants for 2 shows.
Right.
My show and Craig Ferguson doing Scrabble, their companion.
Good. And
He's
go
a great
back in
person.
a
I
little
love
bit
Craig.
with my
He's
shadow
funny.
color.
Yes, he
He
is.
had a
Yeah.
really hot podcast for a while.
Did he?
Yeah. He asked me to be on it. And
What happened
What
there?
happened? I got sick. No, I couldn't do it. I don't know. I couldn't do it, and then he couldn't do it when I could do it, and
You didn't pass on it.
Huh? No, I did not pass. I love Greg Ferguson. I would love to do it.
Here's a getting sick story.
Yeah.
I was asked to come in and read for a certain director who had a very good career as an actor. And I was intimidated. And instead of going to the meeting, I feigned sickness because I didn't know that I could face my hero, Sidney Poitier, and live
It's
up
really good.
to
I'm not gonna mess with
what
this too
I
much.
felt would be, I don't know, anything close to anyone that he would want to work with.
I told you by Sidney Poitier.
No, but I hadn't heard that one. You go now.
Well, I used to live in Beverly Hills, and my next door
Oliver
neighbor. Oliver Sholem. No, that wasn't the house that burned down. But I was in Beverly Hills, and in the house next door to me was this. You could ring the bell forever on this because the house was owned and occupied for 3 months out of the year by Leslie Brickus and his wife Evie. Leslie Brickus wrote Goldfinger. He wrote Victor Victoria. He wrote
Roar of the Grease Paint, Smell of the Crowd.
yeah, Anthony Dooley was his partner for a long time. They wrote shows together.
Between Cinder and Hope.
No, that's not his son.
Oh, son.
But anyway, Leslie and Evie lived next door to us, and when he wasn't there, he rented to. When I moved in, Roger Moore was living next door. At a certain point, Tommy Lee Jones was living next door, and I got close to all of them. No, But anyway, one night, Leslie and Evie invited Lori and myself to go to dinner at his house, and so we went, and we were hoping he brought a new chef from France, where he also lived for 3 months, and so we were hoping it was just Leslie and Evie and Lori and me, because we knew them and we'd be comfortable. But we walked in, and the table was set for 6, and we're like, oh Lord. So a little while, there's a knock at the door, a doorbell rings, and Leslie says, would you mind answering the door, Brett? And I went to the door, opened the door, and Sidney Poitier is standing in front of me. That was one of those moments where I thought, I can't believe this. I can't believe I'm breathing this air. I can't believe I'm in this.
And he was
such a wonderful guy. So nice. It was the week it was the Academy Awards were coming up in 2 or 3 days, and he was being given an honorary Oscar. But he had won already, of course, for Lilies of the Field. But he was getting his second. He said, "Would you mind?" He's so just gentlemanly and kind. Would you mind if I read you the speech that I'm going to do at the Oscars?
I don't think I've ever heard this part of
Oh, it was unbelievable. And he read this beautiful speech, and he said, "What do you think?" And I
He had
went,
it in his pocket.
"Yeah." And he read it, and he says, "What do you think?" And I went, "Well." No, I didn't say that. We were, of course, like,
the
my
man.
God.
He could write. I mean, not
Yeah.
only was he,
He was brilliant.
Yeah, he
But
was.
then he said to me, this is how humble this man was. He said, at the time, Cary Grant was doing a one-man show, and he would do, an evening with Cary Grant, and he would come out and talk about his life and do, question and answer and stuff like that. And so Sidney said, I'm thinking about doing what Cary Grant's doing and telling my life story and he says, but do you think anyone will come? You've got to be kidding, come on. And unfortunately, he never did. But,
wish he had done.
yeah.
Wish he had done. Hey, is anybody keeping count of the bells?
Yeah.
How do we know?
Yes, we do have a count.
We do.
We do have a count.
That'll be,
Yeah.
I think your episode's already leading to the bell count.
Well, I'm the first.
Yes,
Well,
but Ken,
so far,
I
you
wanna-
are far and away my favorite.
yeah, I feel the same way.
Well,
And
yeah.
haven't dropped one of the greatest big names in your oeuvre.
The LeVar Burton Hoover. Who is it?
Barack Obama and Michelle. Come on.
Yeah, the Obamas. Yeah. Met them both. Read children's stories with Michelle.
Thank you.
On a military
Cool
base.
factors.
You know what I think LeVar should have to do? Can you name anyone you haven't met?
Well, I mean, I can name plenty of people that I haven't met, but I can say that I've met a lot of people.
Yeah.
Met John Wayne, Carol Burnett, Lucille Ball, Desi Arnaz. I mean, Mary Tyler Moore. And those were all on the same night at People's Choice Awards 1977, when the entire cast of Roots was introduced. Hey, so the cast of Roots. Lou Gossett Jr., John Amos, Ben Vereen, who was an idol of mine. You know my Ben Vereen story, right? When I was a sophomore, when I was in my second year at St. Pius X Seminary outside of Sacramento, California, I took a cross-country trip by car with some of the seminarians and one priest, Father Victor McAvoy, who was our driver ed teacher. He also was a religious studies teacher. For me, the point of getting from California to New York was to go to the Imperial Theater and see Ben Vereen in Pippin.
I can't see
We
how
drive
his
across country. We Bands in New
1970s.
York. This is
His hat's
1972.
painted. Let's see.
Yeah, 1972. I go to the box office. I buy a ticket to see the show. The show is wonderful. I wait 2 hours for Ben to come down to the backstage door, and I took a picture. He signed my program. I shook his hand. I said, "Mr. Green, my name is LeVar Burton. I really hope to work with you one day." That was 1972, and in May of 1976, I met Ben again with the Polaroid picture that we had taken that day together. My life has been kissed by Ben.
Yeah.
You know, I cannot believe the great good fortune and grace that I have been.
He's got this hat, but I can't see what the strap around the.
That's sort of what, for me, I'm sure to a degree for all of us, that one of the reasons I wanted to be in show business, not just because I wanted to express myself in ways that you can't in daily life and play other characters and do that sort of thing, but I wanted to be I wanted to be in the big leagues so I could meet and work with, or at least meet
Led you to this podcast.
my heroes. Yeah, and so that's what this podcast finally comes full circle. That's what it's about. And like you, we've all been
Let's
lucky
see.
to get to rub
So his hat's
shoulders
pretty
with-
self-explanatory, but there's a little. He's got
And we're grateful.
a band around it, but I don't know what color that's supposed to be. I'm gonna. If I can't find a reference, I'll just paint it like a leather color.
I like to say that gratitude is the grace that makes God
Sorry,
grow
I
in our
figured this
lives.
is
Can I
hat.
get a bell for God? I'm just saying.
Why not? I mean, I think two bells for God.
Okay, yeah, just a leather. That's what I thought.
Who have you worked with that you would think goes back furthest in show business?
Ooh.
That is
Okay.
like I'll give you my example.
Okay.
And probably number one for me is Edward Everett Horton. I worked with Edward Everett Horton, thank you,
Right.
who was, of course, in a lot of these Karen Rogers musicals, but he goes back I think he just missed the silence.
So he's got this kind of
But,
suede hat going on.
Did
So I'm gonna sponge
a
on
Tonight Show,
some colors for that.
Johnny Carson,
Yeah.
and one
Those
of the guests
to the sides,
was
those are
Mae
mine.
West.
West. No.
West.
Shit. Wait a minute.
I met Mae West.
Well, that's big.
Didn't
Mae
that,
West.
yeah,
That's great.
yeah.
Because Mae West goes back to theater. She went to jail for one of her shows. They closed it, took her to jail. Yeah, because it was obscene.
Was she on the just post-vaudeville circuit?
It was just post-vaudeville. Yeah. Amazing. And I guess the other question would be one that I'm sure you won't answer, nor will anyone I ask this question of, but who's the worst person you ever worked with? Can you say the name?
I can't.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. But
I had a legitimate question that I wanted to ask you as a fellow director. Are there things that you stole from other directors that you, and do you have a routine that happens the night before you go into your first day of shooting?
I've stolen a lot. I stole an action please from you, which is such an elegant and inclusive way of calling action.
Thank you.
Actually, what we're gonna do is
it has
we're going
become
to
a signature for me as well as it has for you.
place cut
And,
this and this,
and I'm
and then
I'm
I'll
grateful
dry
I love
brush.
that. Action please. Action please.
have you ever stolen anything from the set? I know one thing in particular.
Oh, from structure.
Do I have to answer that?
You don't have to answer it because we
Yeah. I have the visor that I wear
No way.
every day. Oh
How
yeah.
about the day when Chooch would come out with that box?
Yep.
Charlie
Box.
Russo. And the box would open, and the visor would come out, and Chooch would screw it into LeVar's temples. There's a good Trek reference. And we watched that happen.
Countless
And then,
numbers.
and you withheld from us the pain and the anxiety that was caused by the fact that your peripheral vision was gone.
Yeah.
So we would, I mean, you were a mensch about that. And finally, finally convinced them to put the ocular implants out so it could see those gorgeous, gorgeous eyes. I think in Insurrection,
Six
when we were up in the hill,
seasons and a movie.
7
7 seasons and a movie later.
before they.
Well, we did a particular thing on Next Generation into the movies, into Picard, which we started in the first season, and we used to crack each other up so much doing this. But whenever we would look over at each other, we would go. And you could see it in dozens of episodes,
absolutely.
movies. You could cut together a movie of Lamar and I going.
It helped the scene.
Yeah.
It helped the
The
scene.
big nod, exactly.
I used to have.
Those movies, you could cut together a movie of Lamar and I going.
It helped the scene.
Yeah.
It helped the
The
scene.
big nod, exactly.
I used to have Arena as my secret weapon because she was such a great listener and acting partner. And if I was in the editing room, this is painful. Oh, let's see what Marina's doing.
Cut to Marie.
Did you have one of those?
Cut to Marie.
Boom. Your first memory.
So this is
Next gen.
what is this? What color is this?
I met Patrick.
It doesn't say.
I didn't know who he was.
No idea what color
I
this
thought, oh
is.
my God, this interesting
That's
guy.
weird.
You know, it's good. I already knew Lamar was
This
going to
does have the color
I
name
thought
on
that
it.
was really cool.
And you and I had known each other from doing
We had met.
That's
play
it.
readings.
We did a play reading. We saw that.
Yeah.
And when they were saying that they thought you were going to be on the show, and I thought, oh God, you're not.
Yeah.
But then you got it, and
We had to adjust.
I had to.
They couldn't. You were hoping it was going to be Billy Campbell.
I was hoping for Billy Campbell, and I was hoping.
Who was your Wesley Snipes was up for you? Is that right?
Yes.
And
Reportedly.
yeah, right.
Reggie Jackson.
It's a shout out
Absolutely.
for not only organizing that, but gathering how important it was to talk to us individually about the 20 years.
In between.
I mean, I think he knew that we were all friends for the whole time, but
Yeah.
from the characters.
We saw the characters evolving over those couple of decades.
He did a great job.
Yeah. I mean, being together again was genuinely one of the highlights of my life.
Yeah, I couldn't agree.
Because we had assumed that ship had sailed, right?
Yeah.
That was never going to happen.
Right.
And it wasn't just a reunion show; it was a show. A reason to be there. We all contributed to the story.
Lot, yeah.
Earlier, we said the story was important. Remember?
The story's important.
It's important.
And what's funny about it,
Clearly, that's how important that was to us. And then, of course, that's how important it was to the characters.
The characters.
And it was the same emotional expression. Great moment. Made people cry that moment.
One of the things I loved about working on that set was the impact that the set and us being together on that set had on
That was the
Patrick.
base coat.
Because he had been working,
We're going a little bit
this
of
was the
this,
second series he'd done in a row, right, of this show. And he was exhausted. I mean,
Yes,
there
he
was
was.
no two buts about it. He was dead dog tired.
And he was glad to have us
He
with
was
him.
glad to have us. I could really, I saw him rejuvenate.
And then Billy went back into his chair.
well, nothing was different about the way we behaved with
That's
each
correct.
other.
That's
It was
It's a
absolutely
little
right.
light,
Exactly
lighter than I
right.
Nothing
want,
was
but
different
that
about the
leaves
set,
room
the
for
color
some
of
shading.
the carpet and the chair and the angle on the ramp up to Dorn's face. I mean, everything about it.
Well, people say, well, was it just odd being back together? Well, we see each other all the time,
Yeah.
so that wasn't odd at all. But we hadn't seen each other in costume.
In our
You
space.
know, we were in our
Spaces were
spacesuits.
Spaces were great.
So these
God
were-
bless Bob
that was
Blackman.
something I was going to
But-
ask you about stealing.
Yeah.
You
Oh
steal-
my God! I was trying to steal mine, and two of them had already gone.
He took one, and
I took
Marina
three.
took one.
Yeah.
And they said you can't take them. They're a couple
They
$1,000.
made you
I said,
send them
"Wait,
back.
who's
Well,
going to
they
wear
wanted
it?"
you to pay how much for it? $500 or
No,
something?
No,
$1,500.
yeah, they didn't offer me an opportunity. I would have paid for it in a heartbeat.
Yeah. Well, you know,
They
I
just sent somebody to
They
my
pick it up.
house.
On
To
your-
pick
They
it
sent
up.
somebody to my house.
I said the same thing. I'll pay for it.
when we finished doing Next Generation, the night we finished, we were all going to meet at the restaurant, your
Oh.
friend's restaurant.
Yes.
And
Morton's.
yeah,
Arnie
Morton's.
Of Chicago.
And I asked Mary Howard, who I adore, can I have one of my uniforms? They had 17 uniforms for each of us, and I said, can I have one of my uniforms? And she said, no. And I went, why? And she said, because they belong to Paramount. You know, she was rightly so. She said, no, I can't give that to you. And I was like, walked into Morton's, and Jonathan and Gates are both there in their uniforms. They'd walked out of the place in their uniforms. And
Is that true?
yes, yes. You still have?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Better to ask for forgiveness.
I got
Yeah.
mine from one of the movies. I think it was Insurrection. I took that uniform, and of course I paid for it because it's burned up now. But
it's fine.
yeah.
What a pleasure.
There are few things I enjoy more than hanging out with you guys.
I know, and we get to do it on camera today.
Yeah, amazing.
I hope this show is successful beyond your wildest imaginings. Sincerely.
Well, you know, if just like 1 out of 10 can be this smooth,
Yeah.
and you know this,
I think this has gone very, very nicely.
I feel good about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good content.
30.
Yeah, man. It was a blast.
Yeah.
Dropping names with y'all.
I think you have
Set a high bar.
broken, yes,
Very
and
high.
you've broken
I
the
think
seal.
the bar is high.
Yeah.
I've thrown the gauntlet down.
Yeah.
I invite any and all.
I'm gonna do this.
Pretend
I'm gonna mist
to throw-
on a little.
to come
I'll
in
just mist it
and,
on lightly.
We made the right call here, Brent.
Oh, no doubt.
We made absolutely the right call.
Yeah.
Thank you, my friend.
Thanks,
My
I
ally.
appreciate it.
Love you guys.
I love you.
Butterfly in the sky.
Butterfly in the sky.
I can go twice as high.
I can go twice.
Take a look. Take a
Take a
look.
look. It's in a book. Reading Rainbow. Oh, hey, you're still here.
Yeah, the episode's over.
You did it. You made it all the way to the end.
I mean, you can go now. Really, there are other videos.
They're right there on the screen. Helpful little rectangles.
Pretty good.
No one's going to be offended if you.
Alexa, play Pandora. I really don't have a preference. I'm indifferent to what I'm painting. I just like to paint. it's a little more challenging because you're trying to replicate someone in real life. You know, fictional characters are a little bit, I think, maybe a little bit easier to get away with certain things, but. This is looking a little shitty right now, but we're gonna get there. up there. I'm gonna see if it goes away. I'll have the little support mark I missed and clean up. Let me see if it goes away. I feel like after I paint it, I'll have a little bit of putty work and then touch it up. Like this is something, like these guys is something I would not normally paint for myself, because I just, again, I've seen the movie, I wasn't a huge fan of it, so a lot of people think I'm crazy, but brush got put away, now the bristles are bent. Okay, so now I'm going to take the same color, I'm just going to thin it down really a lot. I'm going to mist it over the hat. And my airbrush. So I don't want to cover up the dry brushing I just did, but I need to shift this color. The beast I just did, the Deuce Beast. That's like one that I wish I could keep. Tony's already sold it, and he hasn't even seen it in person yet. I got this kind of a little bit of bone over thin, and then mist this on. So maintain a little bit. I just want a really subtle kind of texture in the hat. Don't want it like over the top. So dry brushing was like a nice kind of undercoat, and then I'm just missing on some bone to brighten it up a little bit and to blend it in. And then I'll go back with some shading, because this will kind of look like a suede hat. gonna go seal this and do some sponging on it, I think. Doing a little more yellow. That's probably that makes that a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna add a little. This is brown sand. It's got a little more yellow in it. Let's get this color a little bit. Got it over thin, so I'm not going to obliterate the previous work I've done. Just want to shift this color a little bit. There we go, somewhere. I may just read the pooch. Let's see. Getting a little more texture in here. this up and kind of I want to try to get some inconsistencies in there. I'm just sponging on some dark brown wash here. And I missed the bone back on. Probably has something good up here. Okay, let's go back to the bone. So is it the same color? They don't look like the same color. Come on, here's some paint. I think that looks pretty good. It's a nice kind of subtle texture now. brushing some brown wash around this some little good detail of the hat. So I look up this hat. I think my reference is a little too yellow. Yeah, it's more. This is more accurate right here. This is kind of brighter tone. Okay. That looks pretty damn good. We're gonna seal that. Next, I'm looking at the screen grab here. And the reference I have is it's more yellow, but this is actually a little more accurate to what's on screen. A little brighter suede. So once that dries, I can do the leather strap. Okay. So his sleeves are done. Look at that. And then the color I have for his outfit's a little more accurate too. It is a little more red than my reference, okay? Let's go put the sleeves to the side so they're done for now. The buttons stay red, so I don't have to paint the buttons. The buttons on the uniform stay red. Okay, so he's got this kind of black sash. Let's get that done. And this bandana is, I'm going to go ahead and base coat the bandana in black too. Because it's going to have this floral thing, but it's... I don't care if I get the black on the leather part, so it's going to get painted over. Let's try to avoid getting it on the red outfit too much. Ah, shit. My pants too thin. Alexa, play Pandora's Circus Maximus.
Here's Circus Maximus Radio from Pandora.
do the same thing I did on the on white. I'll dry brush this with a little German gray. I'll bring out some of this texture and the folds and things. It's like just bright enough to show up on the black, but it's not too bright to turn it gray. It's a good color for. Bottom part of things black too. What's up, Tony? Yeah, that's black. And that's black.
This is the story of the world. As an HVAC technician, he and his team at Multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, like you, he doesn't break a sweat. With Granger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product to know everything when you write along. Call 1-800-GRANGER, clickgranger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done. A better help out. February is full of flowers and lots of relationships. But whether you're single, married, or dating, just remember you're right on time. Sometimes it feels like everyone has it all together in their love lives. But the truth is, we're all still figuring it out. Therapy can help. Get some outside perspective from a professional that can lead to new understanding and a lot less pressure on yourself. And remember, you're right on time. Visit betterhelp.com/plus50 for 10% off.
And since we got the black out, let's go ahead and base coat the bandana. What is this Alexa, volume up. But you're not the only. You must pretend. And a second time when our life. John Oro is doing the same piece right now, so it's posted a couple little work in progress that I'm gonna take some cues from, mostly on the bandana. That's the most difficult part on this kit is the bandana. So you basically have to go through and kind of put a white base coat on all the detail. Because if you try to do it over black, it'll never show up and it'll look muddy. I think it has to be 100% covers because you can use some of that to your advantage. John Allred is actually one of the producers for this piece. And his buddies. Jeff Camp and then George Ganzer. Great guitar part. That's how we see it work.
All right, class. Tell me about your weekend. Leo? Well, my sister wants to go camping, so my parents took us on a New Year's on Pathfinder. To an mountain trip. Thank you, Leo. No, it's not over yet. My brother wants to explore some food, so we drove up a bunch of street trips. And then... With its V6 engine and 9-speed automatic transmission, the Nissan Pathfinder can power your adventure. That's why JD Power ranks Nissan #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands. The new V6 Power Nissan Pathfinder. For JD Power 2025 U.S. Central Florida Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/award.
Good song. Alexa, volume up. Fix on the stars. All along the highway. She's got a crystal compass. Picture book of the river. Under the Sahara. We travel in the time of the prophets. On a desert highway straight to the heart of the sun. Like never. Damn it. Stop doing it, dumbass. Everyone. Okay, keep fucking up. I'm trying to cover this too fast. A list of cheap motels all along the freeway. She's got a list out in Vegas, promising her a decent job, far away from her hometown. They travel on the road to redemption. The story out of yesterday and tomorrow will bring. Like lovers and heroes, birds in the last days of spring. We're on our way, on our way. Well, this dries. I'll punch up the hat. Distance is a long-range filter, memory of flickering light left behind in the heartland. We travel in the dark of the new moon, a starway highway traced from the map of the sky. Like lovers and heroes, lonely as eagles cry. We're only at home when we're on the fly. On the fly. Rush. About this song and the one that was just done, that's a Rush song. Rush is my favorite band. This band is called Heavenly. Oh, they sing about vampires and shit. There's no sun, but I have to carry on. My force is more powerful. On my way, in my world, I realize future's changing again. Now tears in my eyes, there's no beat in my eyes. I just feel love slowly into my brain. I use okay. Now you clean up some of the edges a little crazy. I just follow my way, ready to roll in the night. I hear the symphony, running after the evil. Free, free, I'm strong as hard as metal. The crime is in my soul. Let's fall if I don't think to. I just follow my way, ready to roll in the night. I hear the symphony. Freak for everyone. I'm Let that dry for a little while and I'll just seal that again. Alright, this hat finished up. If you don't like metal, don't hang out with me, because, well, I paint, because metal or like techno. A little bit of everything. Alexa, volume down. Alright, so I'm gonna mix with this kind of like dark leather.
stay anyone can. Booking.com, booking.yeah. Winter is better when you're prepared. Experian, your BFF, big financial friend, could cancel subscriptions you don't use and help lower your bills. Get started with the Experian app today. Your big financial friends, helping you stay cozy and in control. Results will vary. Not all bills or subscriptions eligible. Savings not guaranteed. $631 a year. Average savings with 1+ negotiations and 1+ cancellations. Paid membership with connected payment not required. See Experian.com for details.
Oh, Alexa, volume up. Some of my favorite songs right here. Like Gladiators. Yeah, I'm a metalhead, man. Me too. Progressive metal's my favorite out of the metal genres. for a penny, and I was marked as gold. The arena opens up, the lead of 1,000 souls. I must struggle to win the crown. Now the time has come. When I win, they'll fall. Victory is on. When I step to the arena, it will take me one step closer to mine. Waiting for so into the night where you and I once used to watch the sunset and moonrise as the time goes by. When I can't breathe at all. Gosh. Alexa, volume down. Light's looking good. The clothes are all done. Let me try to get this guy's clothes done today. It'll really depend on the bandana.
stuck on repeat, there's TXU Energy Ultimate Season Pass. 50% off energy charges during peak winter and summer, plus even more months of automatic savings. With Ultimate Season Pass, there are no surprises, just predictable savings. More than $450 a year. So when Texas seasons aren't changing their tune, count on Ultimate Season Pass to never miss a beat. TXU Energy. Energy for everything.
Visit TXU.com for more information. Number 10004.
I got a little bit of overpaint, so I created like a little flat chisel on my toothpick. I'm just going in and pushing overpaint towards the strap, and it gets rid of it, and it just cleans it up just a little bit. Great song right here. Pandora's on a roll, man. Good mix. Okay. Do an oil wash on this leather strap. We'll weather a little bit and weather these little metal medallions on the hat. this and seal it again.
Do a wash on.
Seal the torso. Oh, it's mean already. Alright, this guy's taking a little bit longer than.
Why it was.
Alexa, volume down. I think my hook finally came out of the. Yeah, okay, I gotta find another. Gotta drill a little hole for my hook here. Not even drill it right here, I think. sash here. A little subtle tone. And just a touch of brown. Buy more hobby Q-tips. I'm out of them. Alright, so we have a little bit of brown, a little bit of German gray to this. And there's a little bit of detail, not crazy. Rancor. Going into like kind of a black wash. Some of these wrinkles to kind of bring that back a little bit. And around these little metal buttons on the sash. base coat of leather, some sort of brown on for the leather. Touch-ups on the red. I got a little aggressive with my dry brushing, so I'll just slowly play that and just kind of airbrushing that color on.
multivitamin? That's easy. Garden of Life Organic Women's Once Daily Multivitamin is made from over 30 certified organic fruits, vegetables, and herbs, all in one convenient tablet. Packed with nutrients sourced from real whole foods with no artificial flavors, sweeteners, or preservatives. Breathe in and start your wellness journey today with Garden of Life.
constantly burping, belching, and farting nonstop. It's like it's getting annoying. This guy's gonna take quite a bit longer than wider, that's for sure. There's more detail, more stuff to go around. I'm really hoping I get these done by Friday. Let's see. base coating that takes freaking forever. Cutting in, cleaning up any little mistakes as I go. I've got some touch-ups to do. Slowly putting off some areas and just do a little airbrushing. Not the end of the world. base coated. Let that dry for a little bit. And we'll seal it. In the meantime, we'll do a little oil wash on this band around the hat. It can be darker. up. Too much oil in it. Oil into the hat where I didn't want it. I just gotta see if I can clean it off. Some clean mineral spirits. Not a little bit on it, but that's a lot. Maybe a little soft brush. Go in there and try to loosen that up. I'm gonna a little bit around that edge. I just got a soft brush with some clean mineral spirits to try to clean this up. A little bit. I don't mind it. Again, I was like a little shadow where two fabrics or two things meet. It just kind of adds a little more depth and dimension to it, but this is a little too much. Kind of ran everywhere. Okay. Yeah, I think we saved it. The beauty about oils, you can keep working them and working them until you seal them. You can keep working with them. Now they will stain, but I like that's why I like them. The staining effect is very natural. Yeah, I fuck up things all the time. I just having to go back and fix them. There isn't a project I haven't fucked something up on and I had to go back and fix it or blend it in or do something. Yeah, that actually looks good. That looks good now. So we got a little weathering on the metal parts, a little bit on that leather strap. Yeah, the light's too bright. Okay. Let's see the hat one more time, call it done. Gotta dry these oils. Sealer on that, and then the hat's done. Looks pretty good. A little weathering, a little kind of suede look. See, this is dry enough. I can seal this. I can put on leather on the belt. I'll do the same thing. I'll put an oil wash on it, and I'll do some dry brushing and all that fun stuff. And I'll get some touch-ups on the red I gotta do, but those don't need to be airbrushed. But I'm gonna do that after I get everything else done, and then I'll just do some silly putty here and there. And airbrush some corrections on that here and there where I need it. One more thing I'll do before I do the wash on the belt, I need to paint all these little nail heads. There's some on the holsters. I think they just go silver. Let's look at my reference. Yeah, let's go silver. Actually, we'll do the leather first, and then we'll. Oh. Put that there. I want that to be a darker color, but I'm having a hard time getting it dark enough. Cut here. slightly darker wash here than I had before. So put on the belt and the holsters. I'll do a little dry brushing and some red leather on top of it. So this will get on the red. Try to keep it off as much as possible. I'm going to put this on, I'm going to go grab something to eat and let this dry for, I don't know, 15-20 minutes. And then we'll wipe off the excess, and it should stain all the little crevices and fill in any little gaps and stuff. I'm not just like slathering this on, being a little purposeful, and it's a little thicker. When I do the oils, I make them a little thicker because I like them to really kind of get in the crevices and stain really well. Takes them a little longer to dry, but look good, I think. And then by the time we dry brush it and everything, it'll be a real nice leather look. Now this piece isn't attaching, so I can be really messy with this. There's nothing. I don't care. Look at this. Never run this guy. Slap it on and wipe it off later. Two patented techniques. We got slap and what is it? Slap and drag. Slap and drag, right? Slap and streak. I forgot what my term was for the desk. And we got slap and wipe. Very technical terms for. The base coat I did for the leather on this was black red. It's kind of like a burgundy color. It's a real nice color. And then by the time I do all the dry brushing stuff on this, it'll look really good. Because I'm going to dry brush with the red leather. Give a little weathering, little worn look. To the place where I feel at home. Now I get this on the wrist, not that big of a deal. Again, it'll clean up really well with some clean mineral spirits. It's actually easier to clean up than getting paint on, over paint on. I don't want to be like super messy with it because I don't want to stain the red too much. If I go on the black at all, I don't care because it's gonna. I need to get my eyes checked again. So I seal this and I can put these oils on within a few minutes after spraying it. The sealer dries pretty much instantaneously. It dries really quick. You know, if I put it on really wet, it takes a little bit longer, but for the most part, I can keep working. They're really good for is running into all the little nooks and crannies where I didn't get paint into it. This will fill those in and just add a shadow in those areas. Really run these bullets for like the bullets going to the belt. There's like a lot of little nooks and crannies. And this will just run into those areas and fill them in for me. Yeah, tummy ground. Time to get something to eat. belt. Make sure I got everything. Okay. I don't know if I'll get all those clothes done today. We'll see. The bandana is going to be the hardest part. Alright, I'm going to take a little break while those dry, get something to eat, and then I'll be back and we'll wipe off the excess, get it sealed, and keep going. So I'll be back in 15-20 minutes. snack, and we're coming here and start wiping these oils off. And if you're having a hard time getting them off, just get a slightly damp Q-tip. Q-tip with just hardly any mineral spirits on it, like hardly any, like you can't even feel it. And I typically just use a dry Q-tip. I usually don't put any mineral spirits on it. If you try to take these off too soon, you'll pull it all out of the. I think it's got some really nice detail here in the leather. You'll pull it all out of that. So you want it dry enough that you can still kind of wipe it off, but not too dry. Then you're struggling to get it off, and you'll go through a lot of Q-tips. Just a tiniest amount of mineral spirits here, like 95% of it off. Alexa, volume up. Okay, now I want to do a little dry brushing on this belt. I'm going with a little red leather. this. One of the red leather. So see that. Going and adding some wear and tear on the leather here. And then I'll go with the airbrush and have some shading. Alexa, pause. Yeah. Did my mom? Did who text me? Ron? No. Ron, your boss? No. Why? Oh yeah, here it is. Uh. Um. Hold on. Alexa, play. Alexa, volume down. Alexa, pause.
What up, man?
Hey, I just texted you back. Sorry I didn't get. When I'm working, I don't ever check my phone. So she's not going to be home tomorrow.
Too late.
Yeah, she's heading out for a girls' weekend tomorrow around 10. So
Oh, when's she coming back?
Sunday.
Well, she can eat these bun cakes on Sunday then. Y'all can save her. Y'all can save her.
Yeah, sorry I didn't get back to you. I just when I'm painting, I just don't ever check my phone. So.
No, it's cool, man. How you doing, man?
All right, yeah, good. How you been?
I'm good. I just got back from Cedar Rapids, Iowa, which was freezing cold.
I love the cold. I wish we got more of it here.
You better than I am.
Were you there for work?
But anyway, yeah, I was up there for work. So
Alrighty. Well,
Well, yeah, so we sent some bun cakes.
Okay.
Again, they'll be there once he gets back.
Okay, man. Appreciate it.
And now, hey, no problem, man.
All right.
You take care.
Daisy, bye.
Later.
Alexa, play. So once I do this, I'll go with the airbrush and do a little shading, and I may go with one slightly brighter tone for a dry brush. Alexa, pause. Alexa, play. Alright, so now I'm going to go in. Just a little shading color. Really long. Son of a bitch. Clear brown.
Protecting your crocos? That's a challenge. But finding the right multivitamin? That's easy. Vitamin White Organic Lineage Once Daily Multivitamin is made from over 30 certified organic fruits, vegetables, and herbs, all in one convenient capsule. Packed with nutrients sourced from real whole foods with no artificial flavors, sweeteners, or preservatives. Dream on and start your wellness journey today with Vitamin White.
Oh, we got pork. All right. John's been out pretty good. I just saw it. I was grabbing a little snack. So now that you sold the Bushi beast, we got to do the other beast. So you'll have a beast in your collection. What do you think?
So pretty good.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, we can do it later. Well, since you got what you got for the bougie, now you can afford to do the other one. I'm going real tight here so I don't get this overspray on the red. If it gets on there a little bit, I don't mind. Like I said, it kind of helps out a shadow, but I don't want to shift that red color to brown. I want to keep it that orange, kind of red, orange, brownish color. Okay, I'm not even going to seal this before I paint the other details because I'll probably do another little oil wash on the bullets again like I did. And then around the buckles and all that stuff. Yeah, that's looking pretty damn good, I think. That looks nice. Put that away for now, and then we're going to touch up on this red. Alexa, volume up. This brush has a hook in it already. Good thing I kept all that red paint. It needs a lot of work, a lot of touch-ups. Probably should have silly put it off some of the red areas, but I didn't. I'm gonna go through and touch those up. color. Bullet color. The one from yesterday's all dried up. Similar to what we had yesterday. One little hair at the fucking little hair. It's like one little hair. You won't believe it, but that one little hair really fucks up. What do we got?
For Texas weather that's stuck on repeat, there's TXU Energy Ultimate Season Pass. 50% off energy charges during peak winter and summer, plus even more months of automatic savings. With Ultimate Season Pass, there are no surprises, just predictable savings. More than $450 a year. So when Texas seasons aren't changing their tune, count on Ultimate Season Pass to never miss a beat. TXU Energy. Energy for everything.
Visit TXU.com for more information after 10004.
Alexa, volume down. shitload of bullets on him, so this will take a while. More than Wyatt. I said that yesterday and it went pretty quick, so we'll see. These colors are deceptive. When you put it on, it looks really crappy. As it dries, it kind of evens out. It's really interesting how it works. So you have to kind of wait till it dries a little bit to see how it looks. The combination of brass from MIG ammo and greedy gold from Army Painter. Kind of gives me the right color of brass in my opinion. Especially since I'm going to do a little wash on it and weather them down. So I was looking at the kind of reference the prototype, and they painted the bolts wrong. They painted the whole thing brass, but the tips would be lead. So that's what I did on Wyatt. Oh, my mom's here. It's gonna be crazy. Alexa, volume up.
I got like splatter of shit everywhere. Yeah, John, looking back at your comment from God knows how long ago, John just finished this one. There's a lot of freaking detail in this little guy. Well, I've learned a few things when it comes to doing yours. Like I'll slowly putting off the red because I got a lot of cleanup on the red. There's one belt. I still have to paint the actual bullets. It's just the casing so far.
At Principal, we want to help you help your team with a retirement and benefits plan that's right for them. When Ron retires, he wants to take up tuba. And we want to help you help Ron help bring the funk to family functions. Because as your go-to guy for software solutions, Ron deserves his granny. Principal, whether it's retirement, benefits, or investments, let our expertise round out yours.
Products and services offered by member companies of the Principal Financial Group for more value. For important information, visit principal.com/description.
Alexa, volume down. Yeah, it's just freaking tedious. And we've got the optimizer on. It's actually not very clean, but if I tone it down, that'll look good. Of course, all my tools are right now. I can't find what I need. My tweezers. Red's got a lot of touch-ups on that. Hopefully that won't be too hard. say hi to my mom. She's here dropping off my wife's birthday gift. My wife turns 50 tomorrow. And she doesn't want to celebrate. Well, she's going out with some friends for the weekend. And no party or anything. She wanted a party. We had a big party for mine. Just head my mom real quick, and I'll come back and paint the lead on the bullets. Back in a second.
that goes pretty quick. Okay, both look really good. Now I'm going to load up my airbrush and carefully go in there and touch up the red.
something. Maybe just mix up some watercolors and try to brush touch some of those little specks, but alright, that cleaned that up pretty good. A little bit my top color. Okay. It's real tight with the airbrush, air pressure turned down, hardly any paint coming out. I can come in here. And I'm not usually really good with tight airbrush work, but for my naked eye, everything looks really good. Just don't put the optimizer on. Okay, let's dry this. We'll seal this again, and then I'll do a wash on the bullets and the little nail heads. And then, oh, I gotta do the nail heads on the holsters. Do that real quick. Bye, Mom. Thanks for coming by. I don't think I'll get all his clothes done. I'll get everything done by his bandana today, which is about equivalent to what I got done with the Wyatt Earp yesterday. But Wyatt's bandana was way easier, and his clothes were way easier. This guy. Looking pretty good so far. Let all that dry for a little bit. I'm going to go back and do that oil wash on the bullets and all the little nail heads. And then clean that up. And I'll probably be it for the day. I'll get me a full day in. I thought I'd get all the clothing done, but
today, I don't think.
Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
That's not a pain in the ass. It's just part of the process, you know. If everything that took a long time was a pain in the ass, then I wouldn't be doing this, you know. In the end, the work is all the tediousness and worth it. You see all the product. Yeah, okay, touching up the red really made a big difference. Touches of black here and there. Hit the tops of these on the little sash one more time, gives a little more highlight since those are kind of already weathered. That's good. Back to the oils. And we're just going to do this selectively over the bullets. We'll just dry for a little bit and we'll wipe off the excess. So I'm just hitting the bullets kind of where I got a little overpaint on the belt. I'll knock down the shininess a little bit on the brass. I don't want too shiny. And another little dimension to the leather in those areas. Same thing around the belt. Buckle, we're gonna hit that. I think I splattered some oil on the red when I was putting it on last time. I was going to be a little more careful here. Because if you flick the brush at all, it's going to go flying. Just because of the consistency of the... Dry just for a minute or two. I want to do it on these guys too. polish on top of these little nail heads on the holsters. And then I'll probably sign off for the day because I just need to let that dry. I'm going to wipe that all off and then seal it one more time, and that's it for the day, streaming wise. I don't want this to sit too long on these actually. I'll start taking this off now. I like that because it tones down the brass a little bit. It's just a little shadow to everything. It just, I don't know, it kind of melts together nicely. Did I forget to do it on those? I think I did. Damn it. Forgot to add the wheels here. Yeah, that looks really good. It's kind of crazy. It's just a little shadow on those shells, and it's like, man, it adds so much depth to everything. And then it looks shiny, brand new. I don't think they should look brand new.
let this all dry a little bit. I'm going to seal it in about 20 minutes, and then I'll call it a day. So I'm going to sign off for now, and I'll be back tomorrow. And then tomorrow we'll finish up the his scarf or his bandana, whatever, and then start on skin tones. So I'm not going to get these done tomorrow. I don't think I'll get these done tomorrow. Probably Friday. So I thought I'd get them done in 4 days, but I think it's going to be 5. So the skin tones, I got to get the guns done. Those are very detail oriented. So yeah. So these busts, will, it's like a lot of time for people. Oh, it's small. It'll take you. You'll get this done quick. It's like, ugh. I had one guy. Oh, you guys probably know him. Leonardo DeSantis, who disappeared. I think he's come back. He's trying to get me to paint stuff. For him. Oh, you get this done in a day. Like, dude, that's like a 4-day project. Oh, it should take you you get this done in a few hours. Like, you have no clue what goes into this stuff. So I stopped painting for him.